Y'all ever given yourself your own haircut? This is an important question. Don't ask why. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Sunday. Welcome to Sunday. What am I saying? Oh, did I might have forgotten to set up the game. Hold on. Yeah, it's still set up for railroads in line. There we go. Welcome to the good old Sunday sessions. Today we're here in Alara Junction. We have 3 trains to turn around. I have no clue how the heck you do that. we have such a huge train sitting here in the Alara Junction track building site, I guess. Did you mess up your hair? No, I didn't. I'm asking for no reason. I totally don't have hair cutting scissors that we went out of our way to buy. Just heard a guy on a cooking show call Worcestershire. God, no, I can't say it. But he just called it Worcester sauce. I don't understand how you can get it that wrong. Don't worry, some people used to call me Stare. I also know people who called me Steer. Although that one's a little more understandable, you know. Hair cutting stream. You know, maybe that's something I should do. Actually, that does remind me, there are some pieces of rolling stock I have that are half finished. Maybe I should stream doing that as like a bonus stream, just for fun. I got some 0-30 stuff I have yet to complete. Pull forward, hit the brakes, overshoot, realize that we're screwed, back it up. Hello, Corey. Hello, T14. Welcome to the stream. We are currently in Alara Junction. We have 3 trains here, all of which kinda need to be turned around, which is a bit of a problem because of the very long consist of cars just sitting over here. But hey, I like an early challenge to start the day. Would it be stare or I don't know, actually, TK. I should have asked them. I assumed that they meant, like, staircase, rather than staring at you, but I could be wrong. It's been a while. Oh wait, no, I'm not supposed to be pushing it that way. What am I doing? There's so few tracks here. Why couldn't we have just had the yard so that we can build this up without having to block the stupid Y? Have you done anything more with the articulated engine? Oh, the ON31? No, not yet. That thing, I have a plan for it, though. I think I'm gonna name it Gambler and paint it green. And gold. Green and gold. Paint it up. Leave it with the number 48. Because 48 is kind of like 49. It's really close to 49, and 49 is 7 squared. So it's really funny to have an engine named Gambler that is one number short. One number short from being 7 squared. The number's also already 48, so I'm just gonna leave that be, you know. I'm a little easier on the decaling. Run the trains backwards? Nah, that's boring. I wanna have a challenge. I wanna break my brain today. I can't do that if I'm just running the trains backwards. A Weezer. Man. Just seeing the word Weezer makes me want burgers now. How dare you? Hello, Grasad. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Currently enjoying myself some lunch. Open face tuna. God, why all the food? Now I'm just hungry. Open face tuna melt cooked on garlic bread. Wario would be proud. Vampires would be very disappointed. There's another out of context stir quote for y'all. Did somebody say garlic bread? We have summoned Celestial! Speaking of food, my boss in my railroad museum just walked up to me and handed me a box of Bisquick. I'm actually gonna have to look that up because I don't know what Bisquick is. Wait. Wait. What? Why would they hand you a box of that? Out of nowhere. Pancake waffle biscuit mix. Here you go, buddy. Bake it. Create. Or better yet, have this for lunch. Just eat the pancake mix raw. Hello, Roberto. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Stir Loses His Mind over somebody getting pancake batter for lunch. Uh, Any idea why a Shacker diesel rail car can tug 6 42-ton passenger cars at 120 kilometers an hour with no issue whatsoever? No clue. I only know American, I'm sorry. You think Wario would be qualified to drive mountain-type loco? Perhaps? You know, he does have that entire mountain named after him. So maybe there's like a cog railway on that thing, and so he actually does know how to drive a steam engine. If only for the fact that he accidentally had a crown sheet failure once, and does not want to relive that pain. It's just... It's just like one of those videos you'd see a few years back. Wario perishes in a crown sheet failure.mp3. Wario remembers his fallen comrades from the crown sheet failure of '86. You're 1 year off of making that into a FNAF reference. The crown sheet failure of '87. Some more context about the BizQuick thing. My boss had just told a story to a crowd at a jazz event and how the railroads invented Bisquick. Then after that, he just walked up to me, said, "Hey, make some pancakes," and threw the entire box at me. Okay, you said handed, but it's funnier to say threw. He pitched it like a baseball at your face. That's totally how it happened, right? Bring her to a halt, and I think... Well, we have the, this thing ready. Okay. How... I remember when we finished last on this save. This engine was actually going to stay around in this area. It has a passenger car. We could run a passenger train back. But I actually think I'm going to leave this sucker behind. Because with that really long train that we have the Santa Fe hooked up to, this thing's going to be empty by the dawn of tomorrow, so I think that the smaller engine should be reasonably able to handle it. And we'll just have a very big mixed freight hauled by a very small engine. And the Santa Fe can wait around, and instead of worrying about this train, it'll worry about the coal haul, which is up the hill in Robinson Gap. I think that's the plan of action. Question is, did the box actually have Bisquick in it, or was the make pancakes an attempt to make you chase an untamed thing without cause? Make pancakes. That is a threat. How do you like the update to Hewitt and Nantahala? I haven't actually played on it all that much. In fact, I haven't played on it. Around the time the update with the industries up to Nantahala came out, I kind of just stopped playing on the saves that have that route. Mostly because I had way too much debt and was getting a little tired of constantly buying new locomotives and having more equipment and more debt to worry about. Finally have a plan of expanding. New engine and then expand. As all good plans of expanding should be. Heyo, Mudge, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the headache, where I'm trying to remember exactly how we need to turn around the train. Oh, speaking of loans, since we mentioned them a minute ago, how much do we have left? $46,000. $3,000 due in a few days. We'll get through this soon enough. We got the coal hauls we're doing. You're back, gotta make some biscuits. Man, just make yourself some pancakes, though. Honestly, but biscuits are fair. But pancakes are better. Actually, you know what? Let's start a flame war in the YouTube chat here. What's better? Pancakes or waffles? You cannot choose both. I will intentionally incite a riot. Waffles. No love for pancakes here, wow. Maybe we won't have a flame war. Maybe there'll just be, unity. Unity within our world. Everybody knows what's best. Bring to a stop. Apply some air so that these things don't roll away on us. Oh, you know what? I just realized I can do something. Hold on. If I really want to start a flame war, oh, I just bonked a little too hard. Nah, whatever, it's fine. I'm too distracted by my own hubris. Starting flame war. You can repair a baggage car anyway. No, you can? Last I checked, you can't. You have to actually straight up just replace them. Unless there's a typo. In which case, I don't know. Gotta remember back on the old save, we had that long passenger train, and I sat there for 12 hours in-game waiting for the baggage car to repair, only for it to sit there and do literally nothing. Literally, as I get settled into play, my father asks something of me. I'll be back. Take your time, Mudge. Take your time. We got to take a few minutes anyways to set up the save, so we actually have like a bunch of jobs to do. So no worries. No worries. Pancakes are best, especially if they're buckwheat pancakes made with Bob's Red Mill buckwheat pancake mix. I don't think I've ever had that. I also prefer pancakes. I don't know why. See, for me, I'm on the fence about it. Because on one hand, my father makes homemade pancakes like every couple of weeks, and they taste awesome. Especially when he makes chocolate chip pancakes. On the other, there was this old restaurant in the area called... I think it was titled Old Wives' Tales. They had killer pancakes and killer maple syrup, and I have very fond memories as a kid. They also had this giant playroom with a big wooden train on it. I remember I got lost in that place so many times. Not literally, just figuratively, mentally. I was so engrossed in just having fun and having pancakes, or not having pancakes. Sorry, waffles. Some sort of torn. I'm in the middle. Don't like the American pancakes. Maybe I'm too used to the Dutch pancakes. I've not had Dutch pancakes, so I don't know the difference. I'm joining on the fence as well, I must say, but pancakes are slightly better. Honestly, it's really hard for me to say just because I have so many fond memories of that place, Old Wives' Tales, and so many fond memories of having pancakes in the modern era. Buckwheat flour is the best flour to use in pancakes. I cannot comment. I have not had buckwheat pancakes, so I don't know. I have nothing more to say. Cereal makes my mouth go icky, and microwave pancakes are just something to throw together in the morning. Yes, I know there's microwave waffles. I just prefer the pancakes. I don't know why. I prefer microwave waffles over pancakes. Like, I've had both. It's just the waffle ones are better to me. Or, I guess actually they weren't microwave ones, though. They were toaster. Never mind, never mind. Important difference. Microwave versus toaster. It's the nostalgia of the pancakes and feelings that make it more pancakey. Nostalgia and texture slowly influencing the vote. When I make my waffles, I put them in the toaster. Wait a minute. I forgot to check if the switch was set the correct way. It very much wasn't. Oops. I'm too distracted by my own flame war that isn't actually a flame war. It's just me insisting that it should be one. Hello, sheep. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I make my waffles. I put them in the toaster. Afterwards, I butter them. I assume there's supposed to be a comma there, because otherwise... There's two very different ways to interpret that, JHR. One is with the comma, in which case, after you put them in the toaster, you then butter them. But without the comments, you can also be interpreted as you butter them and then afterwards put them in the toaster. Which is really funny to me. Ah, yes, let me grease up the toaster real quick by shoving all the butter in there. And then finally I put them in the microwave to melt the butter and I add syrup. Syrup's good. Syrup is like the one thing to me that gives waffles any sort of edge. Because I think alone, waffles just aren't quite enough to me. Maple syrup helps to add a nice sweetness to it. Just Just me that realized they added boxes and stuff on flatbeds. They didn't add that T14. That's been in the game since day one. That's how you get a toaster fire. Baby, are you a toaster? Because a bath with you would send me straight to heaven. Baby, are you a toaster? Because I'll butter you up and set my house on fire. It's the only thing Canadians ever got, right? What, do you not have a soft spot for the fact that they apologize every 5 minutes? Alright, bonk. Follow it up. Actually give these cars a kick, I think. This is going to be really interesting because I don't actually know if the T-22 is going to be able to haul all this stuff. Like, obviously not while they're loaded, but like, what about when they're empty? Milestone cars? Yep, milestone cars. This is for the Alara branch. We're building it up for the save. Plus, when I started, every delivery was empty flat cars and empty flatbeds on the way back. Are you sure? So I feel like since the day I started, they had loaded flat cars like this. I don't like either of the options that you have in your survey. I only pick pancakes because Heist cooked them on the RGS 20 recently. That's fair, that's fair. I can get why some people might not like those. Especially for me, texture is important, and I've definitely had some instances of pancakes and or waffles where the textures were just terrible and I refused to eat them. Hey, pancakes are at 69% of the vote. That's all that matters. We're ending the vote right there. We're ending the poll. We have to. 69%. Depends on the load. Ties and rails have no load shown, while machines and tools do. Okay, that makes sense. That would explain it. So we go. What are these cars at? Oh God, this train's rolling backwards. Oh, we got bridge sections, bridge seats. I know it was that way for the Whittier sawmill for the longest time. Chocolate chip waffles are top tier. Yeah, but what about chocolate chip pancakes? My father makes those all the time. They're delicious, dude. They are a 10 out of 10, and I would totally recommend them. I believe the Whittier sawmill is bugged due to the fact that the Whittier sawmill doesn't mill enough to fill freight cars within a day of showing up at the mill and only getting the freight cars. Like when you first get started or something? 'Cause I feel like I've not had any trouble with the Whittier sawmill getting too many cars, except for the one time that I had like 70 cars delivered to my interchange when normally I got like half that. What if I wrote the duck song, but instead of the duck, I used some random narrow gauge steam? The Sumter Valley Railway number 19 walked up to a lemonade stand, and he said to the man running the stand, "Hey, got any grapes?" If any of you come up, speaking of food, if any of you come up here, pop over to Tim Hortons and get any of their glazed donuts. It's like a little cake you can get in the drive-thru. Wait, how do you turn a donut into a cake? It's like one of those videos, those viral TikToks where they just cut into a donut. But oh, no, it's not a donut. It's a cake, baby! It's actually... Okay, that's actually really funny to me, though. Because you made a cake that looks like a donut. They're so similar. Why didn't you just make a donut in the first place? Why did you go out of your way to make it a cake? Oh, I love that mental image. It's so stupid. These look like Polar Express passenger cars. They're more red than they are blue, though. The Polar Express cars are more of a blue color. They do have red highlights in this sort of tone, but... I'd instead call those more like a murderer's wet dream. And he waddled away, waddle, 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 till the very next day. Da, 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 da. Oh god, wait, this reminds me of something terribly cursed. Oh no. Well, I have just unlocked a memory that I probably shouldn't have in the midst of a live stream. Oh wait, I skipped a message. Just got into model railroading on Wednesday and just from running a diesel locomotive and 4 pieces of track back and forth. I love it. I know, right? Like, there's just some simple, beautiful charm to having a locomotive and just shuffling it back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. You should have seen me when we finished the ON30 layout and got it up and running. I took one of our engines, I put it on the track, I ran it around in circles for 15 hours, and, yeah, that was the entirety of my day. 19 ain't gonna be walking up to any lemonade stands anytime soon, given the lack of boiler tubes. Okay, maybe 19 won't go up to the lemonade stand, but, will be wheelchaired over to the lemonade stand. The duck limped up to the lemonade stand, and he said to the man running the stand, "Help." Spent 80 Canadian dollars and have enough truck for a 12 by 8 foot layout. Damn, what? That's insane. $80? Okay, well, okay, question. Is it brass track? Because brass track is, maybe not the best. Have you seen the F7 mod? Of course, of course. I know a couple of people who like playing with it. Really, I just need somebody to, like, constantly yell at me and make sure I get the tutorial series done so that I can move on to modding. I'll get around to it eventually. Before the update, the railroader update that gave us the amount of freight cars to deal with, the Whittier sawmill would load the freight cars same day, but now after the update, it's the next day that it would finish loading the freight cars. See, easy solution to that? Cheat. Fill the cars yourself. Side question, may sound stupid. When I get to Robinson Coal, Robinson's Gap Coal, do they gift the coal to be filled and then sent to who knows where? Because I've seen, like, videos of 20 coal wagons or something. Yeah, the coal... Robinson's Gap Coal does not operate like your normal industry or your normal coal refilling thing. How Robinson works is you deliver the cars, the empty cars, up to here. You'll get them from the interchange. You'll deliver them up to here. And then they will slide down into this little yard, this 3-track yard right here, and they'll load. They'll do this automatically as long as the route is unblocked. And then you need to have a car here filled with mining supplies. And so on the first day, you'll only deliver the mine supplies car and no coal or whatever. But yeah, no, it's all something that you get from the interchange. You don't have to order any cars or any of that BS. It's all similar. Oh, hey, let's go. Let's go. That's good. What brand is it? Unitrack, Easy Track, Lock, Power Lock. I don't remember what the one is that Atlas makes. Maybe it's just standard Atlas. Maybe it's Pico. I don't know. Got some brass track that I polished up to the point where people mistook it for nickel silver. TK, you could scam people at train shows like that. Please don't, but you could. Just shimmy their way to the collection point. Yep, basically. Sometimes this messes with the brakes and with the glad hands and air pressure and whatnot, but... Where am I? Oh, there I'm at. Okay, okay. I'm gonna drop a save. And wait 1 hour. I just want to make sure that the, these cars... Yep, there. You saw that car that was on the left-hand track that just disappeared? We now have 2 cars sitting over here. I forgot to add a handbrake. Oh, I'm so glad I got that. Imagine if that thing had crashed into my locomotive going at like 30 miles an hour. Good lord. So that's served at 6 a.m. Cars ordered, waiting for delivery. They've already been delivered. Let's go over to Alara Junction. Oh, I forgot to put my locomotive on the head of that train. Oops. That's easy to do. Don't drop a save, that's littering. Oh, I thought it was child endangerment. My bad, I won't litter. Most is Atlas, plus 30 feet of flex track for 20. I got a box for 60 and it was filled. 18 pieces of 22 inch curves, 14-ish, not 14-inch. Assorted straights, 2 left and 2 right automatic switches. That's nice. Depending on the scope of your railroad, that might not be enough switches for you, but that's a good start. That's a good start. $30 feet of flex track is a lot, though. It's about as much as we used for our 4x6, I think. Oh, wait, sorry, actually, we only used 9 pieces, so we only used, what would that be, 27 feet of track? Roughly? Well, a random thing I just remembered. BLI just released to the Conductors Club members digital renders of something they haven't announced to the public yet, making the PRS1. That doesn't surprise me. It's Broadway Limited. It's in the name. And donk. It was a little harder than I wanted it to be. We're gonna, at this rate, this engine is gonna be so damaged that it's not gonna be able to work by the time we we skip to tomorrow. Alright. Time skip. Let's start a new day. Finance, pay off a little extra loan. Eagle can set you up for 20 miles an hour road. Yeah, go on your merry way. Whittier Interchange has received a whole bunch of... Uh-oh, wait a minute. Right, I forgot. Okay, never mind, I forgot. It's just that we have these cars that need to go to Stenzel Manufacturing. God, Stenzel is really being so problematic recently. Double axle DCC hand-painted... A DCC, hand-painted diesel locomotive with light, 2 box cars, 2 hopper cars, a re-railer, and a buffer. That's a good start. That's a good start. Those hoppers, you can make like a coal power plant or go for a mine scene or something. Just remembered an idea for the crane mod idea we had a while back. If any piece of equipment gets to 0%, it cannot move, not just under its own power, it just can't move, so you have to load it onto a flat car to get it to the shop. That could be cool. I don't think I've ever seen anything at 0% though, other than like complete and utter jokes that people have done. Where they were intentionally like crashing 2 Berkshires head on or something like that. Hello Max, hello Marioshi, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. Did you hear Brightline West is holding a groundbreaking ceremony tomorrow? That's cool. I didn't hear about that, no. Man, if they're actually going through with West already, though, if they're like holding the groundbreaking ceremony, that must mean that East is doing pretty dang well for itself. If the investors are willing to continue going on with this this plan for the high-speed rail. Get these suckers parked. This one's loading. That one's loading. Actually, if both of those are loading, hold on. I'll make it so only that one's loading right now so that we can swap it out later. Probably $450 of model train stuff for 80. Good lord. I'm jealous, but then again, I'm somebody who has spent multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars on DCC sound locomotives, so Maybe instead of being jealous, I should just stop pushing money into more trains. Got $90 for 60 people. What was that from, like, Whittier to Bryson? I could see you getting $90 for that sort of route. There's no sound. Hey, yeah, but like, still, you got a fully functional engine that you can run at a club. You got all the track in the world that you'll ever need, and you've got well, okay, probably you'll need more switches, but you got a bunch of track to start the layout and start your plan. And you got a couple of freight cars. It's not a bad deal. For $80, dude, I've spent $150 on a single engine. So $80 seems like a steal. Gift for you in a few minutes. Remember what I said about gifting you access to Steam and Steel? Remember what I said about the fact that I do not want to play Roblox because I don't like Roblox as a platform? I have my concerns and quips with it. I probably wouldn't play if you actually did grab me Steam and Steel. Reminds me, this is old news to me, but have any of you guys in the States heard that Go Transit is working on electrifying their main line? Yeah, I heard about that. I heard that, what was the company? Wasn't it like the German National Railway Operator or the French one? Both of them were placing some good bids on it, and so there's like a good amount of competition to see which one would do the best job and which one could get a reasonable price to completely overhaul the system with electrification. I have no room to comment on prices given what I'm currently looking at. TK out here actually looking at a literal caboose for $5,000. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, are these cars not loading? Did we run out of... Did we not deliver enough logs for the day? Hold on. Sawmill. Oh yeah, we don't have enough logs here. Well, I know what we're doing today. Not that something in 1 to 4. Oh man, you mentioning 1 to 48 TK has reminded me of something. Y'all know how HO is half of O scale? but instead of it actually being 1/8 of an inch to a foot, it's 3.5 millimeters to a foot. And instead of it being, what would that be, like 1 to 96, it's 1 to 87.1. Hold on, let me double check. That's, yeah, instead of it being 1 to 96, it's 1 to 87.1. My father told me the reason for that last night. It's I'm surprised I didn't learn this sooner. It's hilarious, but apparently O scale in the UK is 7 millimeters to a foot, and so that's where the 3.5 millimeters to a foot comes for in HO. Because HO was first popularized in the UK, and when it started being brought over to the US, it was just imports from the UK, and so they kept the old standards, and it just sort of stuck. Despite the fact that O scale here in the US was 1 to 48 rather than whatever the other whatever the British 7 millimeter O scale was. And that's how we got HO that's half of O without actually being half of O. So, fun fact of the day for those of you who didn't know. Just got to 60 mph, and my T-22 just gets 60 as I'm crossing Government Island, and then absolutely slam the brakes, Thomas the Tank Engine style, and don't derail. I'm getting good at not derailing. Don't worry, I'm getting bad at not derailing because I'm getting compliant and forgetting the routes. The 60's pretty good, though. How big of a train were you hauling, and what were you hauling it with? I think I've heard that. The only thing that bugs me is they're already setting up the catenary wires, and I don't think that a contractor to supply the new locos has been chosen. I think it has been, though, actually. Hasn't it? From what I remember, from when I last heard about that project, Celestial, if I recall correctly, the German rail company had partnered with the French manufacturer, and the French rail company had partnered with the German manufacturer in their bid to build the new cars and upgrade the line and build the new commuter railroad. Or, I guess, upgrade the commuter railroad. So, if memory serves me, if the bidding is over, they have chosen both who's going to operate it and who's going to build the new rolling stock. Wait, what am I doing? I'm an idiot. Once the superliners get retired, I'd love to see someone buy one and turn it into a sick house. That sounds like something you'd hear as like there's just a field of superliners as a motel out by some cool hot springs or something. I was in a superliner the other day. It was dark, it smelled odd, and it was hard to breathe in. What kind of superliner horror story do you have? Jeez. British stuff is often slightly off in scale. It's often bigger to compensate the small loading gauge. I do remember, isn't like... Oh wait, no, I don't remember. Never mind. I was going to make a comment and I just realized that no, I don't know my stuff about that. Some brass O-scale stuff you can find here in the US that's 5/16 of an inch scale. There's a company that produced a New York Central J1E to compete with the Lionel 700E. Ironically, the 5/16 Hudson was less detailed, ran worse, and retailed for more than the 700E. Literally, the only thing it had going for it was being slightly larger in scale. That is very much not worth it. Man got arrested on a train. The man was singing annoyingly, threatening others, and was catcalling people. Jesus. Thought he was drunk or high. I've had an experience like that before. We were riding the Capital Limited from the end. It was the town where the South Shore Limited terminates at an airport. Or not South Shore Limited, sorry. The South Shore line, you know, the little interurban line over that runs out of Chicago. We were at the terminus for that was in Ohio or whatever. And some guy boarded the train, and oh my god, he would not take the hint that nobody wanted to hear him screaming into the phone at 2 in the morning. You could smell the beer on the man. A 0 out of 10? Would not recommend. Don't board the Capital Limited at 2 a.m., not clickbait. Real. Played the big update for the first time today. Hey, what'd you think of it? Also, welcome to the stream, Morrison. Welcome to the stream. That's a little close, but whatever, it's okay. Cars can clip into each other and they'll be fine. Only time I ever went on an Amtrak train, it got delayed by 2 hours because dispatch didn't tell the train crew about track maintenance going on, and they found it very suddenly. Wait. Did your train derail? Did you... When you say, found track maintenance very suddenly... It's hilarious to me also that we just crashed the locomotive into another car for a couple of reasons. One, I just said, "Oh yeah, you can totally clip into cars," like 5 minutes ago, because you can. I've seen it happen 1,000,001 times, but I guess this switch is not one of those switches, huh? What's really funny to me though is that the engine stayed on the tracks. Like, the engine's the thing that hit the car. Why did the engine not derail, but the car did? This car right here. What happened there? Ah, well. To heck with our safety rating. No, but I'm sure the crew needed a change of pants after realizing the signals weren't turned on and realizing there was a track crew just barely out of stopping distance. Glad nobody was hurt. Wonder if they realized that the signals were turned off and just kind of ignored that, though, and got too close, or if they noticed the signals were turned off and immediately saw the guys at the other, down the tracks, you know? Whatever the case, I'm sure they had a nice conversation with dispatch over the radio very shortly afterwards. Yeah, they probably were very happy to find out about the lack of information. Very pleased, very pleasant conversation with a bunch of people just sipping on their tea, smiling at each other. Reminds me of a time I was playing an Empire Builder session on Train Sim Classic, and I hit it for crossover at like 60 miles an hour because I didn't see a yellow. Somehow didn't derail, though. Hello, everybody. I hope you're ready for some turbulence. Don't ask why there's turbulence on a train. There just is. Followed by the loudest screams you've ever heard. Did you hear Digital Circus Episode 2 is releasing May 3rd? I did not, actually. It's the first I've heard of it. That's cool. The important question, will we see a Jerry cameo or whatever that character's name is? I think it's Jerry. I haven't derailed, but clipped a boxcar without any derails. Yeah, I've done that before too, T14. I don't know why it didn't work today. Might just be that only certain places allow for that to happen due to slightly buggy geometries. I don't know. Fell out of my chair and now my back hurts. Don't worry, my back hurts and I haven't fallen out of my chair yet. Give me 5 minutes and I'll make it hurt even more. Finish the cardboard Bismarck and the Scharnhorst. Next ship is the Blucher. Are you gonna paint them? Because I remember I saw the photos of the actual cardboard ones, but are you gonna try and like paint them up at all? Or just leave them cardboard and tape and whatnot? So psyched for May. Tad episode 2 and Tid. It's gonna be awesome. Tid. Ah, sorry. Bonked something a little too hard on my desk. Is there anything I'm looking forward to in May? Man, it's actually kind of hard to think that we're already like 2/3 of the way through the month. They're gonna be all cardboard and we're sinking them. Yes. Commit the primal instinct of destruction. Should look forward to it. National Train... Oh yeah, National Train Day's coming up. Forgot about that. Maybe I should... Maybe I should go out of my way and see if the local museum wants to host a random little 4x6 foot model railroad. When is train day? Isn't it like May 13th? Saturday closest to May 10th. May 11th. Yeah, okay. Wasn't it May 13th last year? I don't know. Hold on. Let me look at a calendar. Hello. May 11th. May 11th is it this year. That was the wrong thing to uncouple. 81 passengers at Bryson. Multi-trips or some few will be waiting tomorrow. What, do you only have one coach, T14? Once you get to Bryson, you should really have at least two. At least that's my personal suggestion on the matter. Suddenly have a giant uprising in passengers, suddenly. It's probably because you've accepted more freight contracts, because passengers per town are dependent on the number of freight contracts currently active in said town, from what I am aware. North Shore Scenic Road is hosting the national one. I'm giving tours, and I personally want to give a speech. We're in Duluth, and our arms are wide open to any of you coming. Duluth, Minnesota. Duluth, Nevada. I remember there used to be like a little celebration down at the local train station for National Train Day. That was always fun to go to. I thought Duluth, Georgia, and I got excited. I live like an hour away. What other Duluths are there? Hold on. I need to Google this. How many towns named Duluth in USA? 7 cities. There is Nevada. Wait a minute, I just said Nevada as a joke. There's actually a Duluth, Nevada. But it's Duluth, Washington, Kentucky, Georgia, Nebraska. Hey, the picture in this article is a picture of an Amtrak passenger train. Totally venture up north to see us hooligans. I've been to Minnesota before. Some family used to live there. Unfortunately, my grandpa passed away like a year or two ago. But they lived in like St. Paul, Minneapolis region, you know. We'd always take the Empire Builder into town. And I, for some reason, have a very strong memory of in the Amtrak passenger station being like 10 years old and seeing South Park on the TV. I don't know why I have such a strong, vivid memory of that, but I do. We got some more Robinson Gap coal cars. We got one car to Gila. Got some cars to Appalachia Hardwoods. These suckers linked up. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna set this train up for AI running because I don't want to have to do the log route. I have a strong memory of The Simpsons playing on a hospital TV when I was like 5. I have a strong memory of when I was like 7, SpongeBob playing on a TV at Chicago Union Station. It's the first time I ever saw SpongeBob. It's gonna be really interesting because this train is stupid heavy. I'm actually not sure if we're gonna be able to make it over the hill with this. Oh wait, no, we should. We totally can. I stand corrected. I've got this locomotive to handle a little over this on a much steeper grade. Just need to be patient. Very silly fact about SpongeBob is an episode that largely revolves around a steam train. Don't question how a train that requires fire to function works underwater. I think one of the best jokes I've ever seen from a SpongeBob thing, TK, was, alright honey, it's time to put on your water wings, and then the little child who is about to jump into a swimming pool just floats away into the sky. Oh, holy crap. Wait a minute. This entire train is filled with people to Whittier? Oh my god, we're gonna make mad bank. We're going to make so much money. Making mad Cromer. Peepus. God, I watched that video again that I sent after you sent that one Splatoon meme. Oh my god, my eardrums. I forgot about that whole ordeal. Still an absolute sucker for, is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick! I'm not no Krusty Krab. Such a classic line from the show that even I know that one. That's saying something, because I'm uncultured swine. Hey, if we're underwater, how can there be a I'm scared, SpongeBob. I love that sort of cartoon logic of, hey, it works until you point out that it shouldn't. Wait a minute. Okay, that sounds like a writing prompt, which is, as long as you believe it'll work, it will work until somebody points out that you shouldn't. And so most combats end when somebody does some Looney Tunes style antic. Like, trying to run over in a giant pit and somebody says, no, you can't do that! And just points at them and they just fall to their death. I'd watch that. I would read that. Alright, slam the brakes. 45. Geez, we got a lot of passengers to deal with today. We don't have very many going to Hemingway, so we're not actually going to get to load all that many passengers on this train. $3 for 3 fares. Yeah, we're not getting a ton of money out of this. Maybe we need to have a second open platform coach. Fusee in the gauge. Hey, that means that the passenger train's made to the other end of the line. You know what that means. That means, in about a minute here, we are going to be making so much money. So much cash. Plotting an action to connect the empty freight train, full consist, to the small one-car passenger to Express to Whittier, and plan to slip coach a full freight train before Whittier. Wish me luck. Efficiency at its finest. Efficiency at its finest, throwing passengers from one passenger car to the next so that they can get on the correct train. G16 with it. Man, I need to do a save where I actually keep the G16 and use it for a while. It's been a long time since I've run that engine. My work today, people were looking for a tote with a pineapple. I work with Walmart curbside. And I said to one of my friends, we're missing a pineapple in the dispense. SpongeBob SquarePants! just a single... Was the pineapple the only thing in the tote bag? Is that literally it? We are missing pineapple, singular. Man, I now have the SpongeBob SquarePants theme stuck in my head. Thanks, world. Question goes to anyone who's played Railroads Online's sister game, American Railroads. Why are the yards so big? There's literally only 3 destinations. Probably either that's something that playtesters wanted because they were starting to run big trains because there wasn't enough to do, or they were planning to expand the game over time. And eventually abandoned that idea and went on to Railroads Online instead. Well, you can joke about referencing SpongeBob, and it's on topic for the job. You've peaked. You cannot do any better in life. That's it, folks. Go home. Write your last will and testament. There's nothing better for you to do in life. Usually pineapples are in their own separate totes for some reason. I mean, I guess it might be because, you know, pineapples do have those weird acids or whatever that can eat away at certain parts of things. Also, it's very pokey, so it could rupture something if you're not careful. No, I don't think they just ordered a pineapple. We've got weirder orders, however. Hello, yes, I would like to order 1 pineapple. Goodness gracious, this train is long. For a locomotive of this size. That's probably enough screenshots for now. One time we got an order of 5 boxes of protection and literally nothing else. God, why 5 boxes? Wait, was it? Hold on. Okay, I need a mild correction here because I'm pretty certain it's not what I was thinking. You mean 5 boxes as in like 5 pre-packaged boxes, predetermined boxes of this stuff, not like here's 5 shipping packages and we've just filled these to the brim with single units of protection. Right? It's like how you can have a box of energy bars that are all in their packaging. Or whatever. It's 5 of those, not 5 shipping boxes, 5 shipping packages filled to the brim with those. I need clarity, I need clarification, this is important. It's like the regular small boxes for them all. Okay, good, good. I was gonna say... Pineapples do have those weird asses through 2024. Have you looked at their asses recently? Hello, Locke. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. You just requested we send you 5 shipping boxes of protection. No, it's Mario. She was bringing up a Walmart order that he received once. At the, what's the place? The, drive delivery place. What's it called? Remote delivery? Drive-in delivery? I don't know. Whatever it is. Curbside pickup. There we go. Curbside pickup. I know how to words. I've never been to a Walmart in my life. You open a little box, just labeled protection, and you expect that. But instead, it's just a tiny little man in Kevlar armor with a very tiny rifle. He's here to protect you. He's like one of those garden gnomes that have security cameras hidden in them, except he just has a shotgun. And a bloodlust. Reminds me and my friends have a Discord channel called Best Quotes, and I think that'd be fun if we had that in the server for funny stream quotes. So I have those on a lot of my own personal servers. Hold on, actually. You know what? I'm going to read off some of the stupid quotes we have from personal servers. Why not? Oh god, these are so out of context. Maybe I shouldn't say some of these out loud. I'm fine! Well, okay, I'm dead, so I'm not really fine. So many of these are inappropriate. Hamburg was invented by Big Germany to sell more burgers. So try the active sleep. Good luck, T14. Good luck. Get melatonin if you need it. And sleep well, sleep well. Don't be like me staying up for 20 hours straight. Or 20 hours actually isn't all that impressive. Don't be like me staying up for 48 hours straight. Oh hey, there's a quote for me. Here's a good out of context stir thing. The poop thing would actually be really cool. I sent that on December 21st at 3:02 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. You know what they say, if you can't steal, resort to murder. If you're curious, the optimal jerk-off position for a fish is to hold it facing away from you. For those of you that needed to know for any reason, I'll post some of mine then. You and Toad were making sweet love over there. Context mark. Hey, this is supposed to be out of context quotes. Why are you adding the context? Defeats the entire purpose, you coward. Best quotes for streams I think could be really fun. Hey, we could do something kind of like with how we set up that thread where people are spamming really bad pickup lines. Love watching videos of people breaking in while looking directly at the camera. Yeah, like the jury's totally gonna see your face now, buddy. What's really funny is when they look at the camera so they know where to unscrew it so that they can steal the camera, because they think that stealing the camera also steals the footage, and so that they won't be found despite the fact that they look the cameras dead in the face despite there being a remote backup. And so when they go to the courtroom, they just get extremely baffled and confused. Here's an out-of-context quote. Pulling on everything in the solar system like a spoiled toddler. That sounds kind of like a quote that you might hear from, like, Gravity Falls about the Time Baby. Also like the times where people spray painted or taped over the cameras. We already saw your face, bud. That's not gonna help. It's so funny that there's people like, oh yeah, we don't need masks. We'll walk in. We'll commit the crime. And nobody will suspect the thing. Oh, there's a fusee up the track here. Oops. One more before I go. If it ain't broke, don't fix the base. Me after planting a single TNT in some friend's Minecraft base. Oh, F, I drank too much water. That sounds like something I would say. Speaking of water, stay hydrated, folks. I got some water right here because my throat is getting sore. Drink. Commit thirst. Found a listing on Goodwill's website for train-themed aftershave containers. That is, certainly a product that exists. Thomas the Tank Engine aftershave. Since we're talking about condoms, why don't they make Thomas the Tank Engine branded condoms? You know somebody would pay way too much money for those things. Like big, long, black, steamy, rock-hard locos. I feel like rock-hard is just, like, a little out of context for a loco. Like, I get the point of the quote, but, like, I don't know, aren't all steam locomotives rock-hard in a way? Isn't that just a given? Important question. Here's a quote from the video I'm working on. As we know in German, more syllables means something is better. Man, the last few streams we've been devolving into really bad pickup lines, and now we're just devolving into really bad out of context quotes. Nice. Part of the course for my streams. Yeah, true. This is just what happens. We come up with a really stupid conversations topic, and it just sticks. I don't know why I have my camera in here, don't ask. Mine is chat begging me to crash die or set something on fire. Perish, funny streamer, man. I'm surprised I haven't had something like that in a while. I know, back when I did a lot of Rares Online, and that was basically literally all I streamed, I remember that used to happen a lot, though. People who were like, hey, you should totally run at 700 miles an hour with the heaviest terrain possible down to 3% grade with 30-meter curves. Baby, are you a steam engine because you're hot as hell? We can do better than that, JHR. Come on, it's got steam in the name. We're not gonna go for a hot and steamy joke. One of my favorites. You're an asshole. Somebody else. Mr. Grinch. Da 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 da. I can see that parody happening on like a YouTube video from 10 years ago. What's the water levels? That thing's probably gonna need a stop in Bryson. Let's go put down a few Z so that it doesn't get lost. Love that glitchy Doppler effect. Wait a minute. Are you serious? I didn't actually deliver that properly and I didn't notice somehow? Oops. Oh well. Glitchy Doppler sounds like a cool band name. You know, it actually does now that you mention it. Hey brother, have you been out to see Glitchy Doppler recently? They did a show down on the riverside. Hey Wes, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. You've just been missing out on really stupid out of context quotes. Probably for the better. Hey, hello, Hillbilly. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. 2 in a row. I don't know why. It just seems that I feel like a lot of people just seem to come in clusters unintentionally. Like, 1 minute, 3 people won't be here. And then the next, 3 people are. It's kind of interesting. Out of context quotes, eh? I've got a good one. Oh, it seems you're on top of me. Hey, we were talking about, what was it, Mariyoshi recommended that we have on the Discord, we have like a little channel dedicated to out of context stir quotes. Which maybe we should have another one of those threads, kind of like the really trashy pickup lines thread. Where it's like a channel, but it's just an opt-in one, so not everybody's forced into seeing it immediately. I just realized these steak pockets are kind of simple, aren't they? I've had to glue on some steak pockets to some 0-30 equipment recently, so I've been paying extra attention to the quality of steak pockets, and that is going to irk me for the rest of time. Been debating about getting the Mario vs. Donkey Kong remake. It looks good, but I'm not much for puzzle games. Also, the $50 price tag. $50. Yeesh. It's a lot of money, but then again, it's a Nintendo game. What do you expect? Of course, it's gonna be like half your left testicle. Not gonna question that line of wagons you're about to add with even more wagons? What do you mean? Oh, wait, oh yeah, no, we're fine. Of course we're not gonna question it. We have nothing to fear. Waves hand like a Jedi mind trick. I Anakin Skywalker. New OC. Do not steal. Damn it, my quote got removed by YouTube. It got murdered, it got slaughtered. You can't say that! But I just did. It's not full price. Also, I get a general merchandise item discount on items at Walmart. God, sorry, brain. Include Switch games. So for me, it'd be like $45, but still debating. Yeah, $45 is still quite a good bit. Especially because, you know, it's probably a pretty old game that's, like, relatively short, I would assume. I don't know for sure, you know, because I haven't played it and I don't know everything about it. I just remember the version that you could buy on the DS, the 3DS, or not the 3DS, sorry, the DSi store. Can I put it in again? Yeah, you can put it in again, Celestial, no problem. T14, I find it funny that, like, you keep saying, oh, I'll go to sleep, and then you stick around for, like, the next hour of stream. If it's between our T22s, yours is in perfect condition, mine isn't. Mine isn't in perfect condition. It's in 98% and 97%. As if Stalin had come back to life and forged the hole out of his ballsack. That'd be really impressive, you know? Imagine how much skin you would need to stretch to forge an entire hole out of that part of your body. There's an out-of-context quote. I actually got the cardboard Walmart display for Mario vs. DK recently as they were about to throw it out, and the main reason I'm debating is because it feels weird to own the display for a game I don't own. Just leave the unopened copy of the game on the display. Never open it. Never touch it. Just leave it there permanently. Let it become a part of your house. I suddenly feel a mild pain in my balls after hearing that quote. You're welcome, TK. You're welcome. I'll actually sleep now. Not clickbait. Get some melatonin, man, and take care. Sleep well. Sleep well. Wait, there's something behind Brunk? Oh, there is something behind Brunk. There's a caboose. I didn't realize. Commit eep. Get rest. Don't be like me, staying up until 5 a.m. and then regretting everything the next day because you have to stream at noon. Don't be like me and get a mild cold that's just strong enough to keep you awake all night, but weak enough that it feels like you should be able to sleep. I have heard somewhere that attempting to sleep is better than not attempting to sleep, because even if you don't actually sleep, you'll still feel rested once you get up, you know? Just resting, laying down, shutting your eyes for a bit. Important. Good to do. Healthy. So that's still loading. How's Eagle doing? Eagle is currently... yeah, in between Government Island and Bryson. I've never actually been over this way to see where the logging route turns off. Oh wow, that's actually really high up, isn't it? Oh, hold on. How steep is the grade over here? Only a 3.1%? Wow. It's kind of impressive. This branch is picturesque. Maybe instead of just running up the Connolly branch, I need to grab some more log flats and run up this way to Walker. So you know what? About that. So lower logs can only do 12 cars a day, but the upper ones can do 20. But the tracks here can barely store like 8 cars at best. That's kind of cool though. I like that. Adds a little challenge. Those bridges remind me of a certain Brave locomotive for some reason. Hey, at least they're not at a straight up 90-degree wall. At least they aren't the 179-degree grade. You know, I want to see the aftermath of that scene where they go down the grade, except it's just a whole bunch of kids in the back just crying and weeping about the roller coaster ride that they just rode that they didn't want to. How terrified they are. Love the warning sign from that scene. 179-degree grade change ahead. Use low gear. Change pants. That implies the Polar Express is a geared steam locomotive. That's right, it turns out the Polar Express is secretly a Shay. Or, sorry, a very, very advanced climax. By low gear, they mean grab the cog you have for this very reason. Stick it out the side of the cab and let go for good luck or something. It's a deployable brake cog. It's designed to brake the train, and it's designed to brake for the train. Oh, Eagle's in, what's the town? Eagle's already in, Bryson. Very Advanced Climax also sounds like a cool band name. That sounds like something you'd hear out of a middle school band name. That's just trying to be edgy and get attention from from their bullies. $367. Good lord. That's money. So you know how I said I'd only be an hour late. Hello, Nina. Welcome to the stream. Don't worry, we still have the coal haul ready to go. Actually, where we do, right? Is that... Have all the cars been set up correctly for that train? All the cars been loaded. All but 3. That's probably because... Wait, why have all but 3 been loaded? Wait a minute. We've been sitting here for like 26 hours. The heck? That's weird. It's like that one B&O concept for a geared 484 on which each axle had its own engine, and instead of being geared down for more torque, it was geared up for the speed? What? Why? Were they trying to beat the Shinkansen with a steam locomotive? Bertha will be underway shortly. Perfect. If you want to refill a locomotive, also, Eagle is currently sitting in Bryson pretty low on coal, so If you want to do that, go ahead. I'll do it if you don't. She's currently facing up towards Hemingway. Back when US Ferraris tried high-speed rail, but the tracks couldn't handle it. We gotta do something like the British. We gotta make the tilting train. Make the S1 look like a toddler on a tricycle. Now there's an out of context quote. Want to see the old reality where Metroliner was successful, or if PRR just ordered a proper high-speed train set. Future of U.S. passenger trains would probably be a lot brighter. There's a trains reskin of a Pennsylvania TGV, and it honestly looks sick. Remember back when Amtrak toured those two train sets, the two high-speed train sets from like Germany and France? What if something went different there? Shinkansen from New York to LA, go! That would actually be kind of sick. I don't think it would work as well as people would want it to. I think the reason the Shinkansen has such an edge is because the cities that it goes to are relatively close together in the grand scheme of things, but that'd be awesome. I'd pay a lot of money to ride something like that. It absolutely wouldn't work. Yeah, but it would absolutely also be the biggest flex known to man. Single track high-speed rail network. Go! $250 miles an hour for like 5 hours just to get from Chicago to Denver or something. Yeah, exactly. Actually, it was 250 miles an hour for 5 hours, though. Hold on. Denver to Chicago. That would only, yeah, that'd be about, okay, yeah, that'd be like 4 hours, 5 hours, something in that time range. Would it be worth it? No. Would it be awesome? Absolutely. Technically, that's what Brightline West is trying to do. It's going to be single track for most of the way. It does make sense. It makes it price efficient for a route that's going to be... Because Brightline West is more of a... more of a high-speed route than Brightline East. Because Brightline East is more of a commuter route, you know? We've got a bunch of different stops along the coast and all that. Eagle is refueled and reconnected to her conscious. Perfect, perfect. Feel free to send her back on her way with AI orders. Brightline Florida is more of a standard commuter train, yeah. Fun fact, if BLF was in an Amtrak corridor, it'd be the third busiest in the nation behind the Northeast Corridor services and the Surfliner. That's pretty damn good, wow. Man, us here in Oregon and Washington, we need to step up our game with the Amtrak Cascades, huh? Gonna head out for a few to do some dishes. Be back in a bit. Alright, take your time, TK. Take your time. Commit cleanliness. Perth will be stopped in Bryson for a minute or two to take on water, then eastward bound. Sounds good, sounds good. Where's Perth at? Aha, Perth is in Hemingway, okay. How's Connie doing? Connie is at 2.2 logs. Eric's is still healing from the minor damage from earlier, 98%, 99%, so she's gone uphill a little bit. Love Brightline and hope they succeed, but at the same time, overexpanding is how the OG Auto Train failed, and I hope Brightline doesn't suffer the same fate. At least we have Amtrak to pick up the pieces, I hope. Ah, yes, the best fallback. Thank God we have Amtrak. Yeah, I hope that Brightline does well, too. So far, so good. It seems to be popular with commuters. It seems that they... I don't know how well their plan, their long-term plan of buying out a bunch of property around the station is working. But... I'd actually like to ride in a train for a reason someday, not just for foaming and fun. Just ride the Empire Builder cross-country. The main reason that we rode trains all the time back in the day, obviously my father was a train nut, but and my mother was, you know, not willing to fly after her plane crash. But the other reason is because the scenery, dude. The scenery on some of these cross-country routes, oh my God, they're beautiful. Going through the Montana mountains, in the summer, you get to see these bright, snow-covered peaks. Trying to save for a trip out to Denver on the Zephyr, but the rooms are expensive. The rooms are expensive, but even the standard coach seats aren't too bad. Like, they're not the best thing in the world. It's obviously better to actually get yourself a room and, like, experience the dining car for free and get a nice bed to sleep in. But the chairs, the seats they have aren't bad by any stretch of the imagination. Of course, you probably should still, like, when you reach, they have rest stops where you're allowed to get out and stretch your legs. Get out and stretch your legs. Do not stay aboard the train 24/7. Problem with coaches, it'd be an overnight trip. Oh, don't worry, the coach chairs are not bad to sleep in. They can be a little bit cold, though, if you're leaning against the window, so do bring a blanket. That's basically my big complaint about them, though. Recline pretty well. Oh my goodness. 102? How many people... why do we have so many people wanting to board the train? The heck? Okay, you know what? We're going to kick out all the people who want to go to Ela so that we can get all the people that want to go to Bryson instead. Brightline have any sort of plans to make tickets cheaper? IMO lowering fare costs is the best way to stay competitive with driving. Go train fares about $5 CAD, I believe. I personally have no clue. I don't know what their fares are in general, so... Sounds like it's about time we get a second passenger contest. You know, you might be right. Maybe we need to get a full-on second train and another passenger engine for it at this rate. maybe what we'll do is we'll buy one that's like the one that has the Or we'll keep the one train we already have that has the baggage car and the observation, but then we'll also buy another one without a baggage car and observation, perhaps? I don't know. But it's not Bryson. One of them. There we go. Correct words. Brightline has frequent specials and price drops, so the base price for Orlando to Miami is around $79 last I checked. Doesn't stay that way all the time, thankfully, but still, yeah, yikes. What about from, like, West Palm Beach to Orlando, or West Palm Beach to Miami? Trains are very expensive, if I remember correctly. Cross country on the Canadian is like 10,000 CAD or something. I don't think you remember that correctly. Maybe on like a sleeper car, but hold on. Canadian, hello. Time to Google this. Everything I'm seeing here right now, Celestial, is pointing closer towards like $1,000 at most for like two people, one way. Admittedly, that's one way trip, but still. WPB to Miami has a lot of specials. It can be as low as $15. That's not so bad. And Orlando to WPB is about $49 to $59, I think. Okay, that's yikes. Want Eagle to head eastbound as well? Yeah, sure. Once she gets up to Alarka Junction, if you'd like to turn her around, please feel free to. That was just 1-0. Yeah, it's a pretty big 0, though. It's a pretty important 0. Let's give this thing a little more reverser. You know, I've run this route a million times, but it's always so calming. You know, it's nice and simple and flat. You can get up to some good high speeds if you have a good train and a good engine. Maybe I'm just reminiscing though because chat is quiet right now. Well, I do like this route. It's a very peaceful route for sure. Yeah, it's a really nice little chill place. Chill vibe. Nice chill vibe, as Nian has mentioned. It doesn't feel overcrowded with forests or rivers. It's just open plains. And open regulator. And open season. I can change that. You know that one meme of a fish just spewing water everywhere in a courtroom? That's all I can think of. I do love that mogul. I like this kind of mogul a lot. I'm actually really tempted to buy one in HO. Because you can pick these suckers up for around $220. And they come with DCC and sound. Specifically with the fancy sound system, TCS WoW sound. I know I do 0 and 30, but man, am I tempted. It's such a pretty locomotive type. I like it's not perfectly flat. There's some changes in grade throughout, so it's not boring. Yeah, it's not perfectly flat, but it's close to it. Because, like, I've noticed that on the way back from Bryson, I usually have a better time hitting top speed and getting up to like 60 or 45 miles an hour on that little flat ground. Because the hill's going up coming from Ela to Government Island at just a slight percent, but that slight percent makes a little difference. But it also doesn't kill you, you know? I like it. It's a smooth little route. Makes it a nice coasting grade. Exactly, exactly. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, you're on the outside track. Roger. Or, sorry, not the outside track. You're on the second main. I have that happen in real life. When someone says, it sure is quiet in here or something, I'll just say, I can fix that, and then just proceed to start screaming. That's a good screenshot. Gonna have to post those later. And now we just sit here and impatiently wait. Actually, hold on. While the train's unloading, I can go ahead and turn around the engine. Station is this? Kind of reminds me of Tehachapi Station Building. This is Bryson. I don't know if this is actually the prototype station for Bryson or not. Maybe that's something you need to ask the modelers. I recall from pictures vaguely similar. Not sure, I didn't look super close. Okay, so this is actually accurate. Let's go. Vaguely accurate. So was that from... Okay, that was just from Bryson. Definitely not the prototypical Bryson Depot. Oh. Oh, well, if anybody's gonna know, of course it'd be you. I wonder what the prototype is, then. Bryson Depot is still in use by the Great Smoky Mountains Railroad, and it ain't a two-story building. Oh, so it isn't. I just looked it up real quick. My guess is that they altered the depot for game purposes, because that way they fit in the dispatcher's office up on the second floor, which I guess I haven't built yet, but whatever. Probably so they could add the CTC stand, yeah, and give it a good overview of the art. Yeah, exactly. That's why what I expect is the reason why they use the station with this general design. Everyone will be departing Alara Junction shortly and headed to Hemingway. You got plenty of time. Yeah, but I still got a speed run, man. I gotta act... I gotta act cool. I gotta act flashy. Gotta act like there's pressure on me to do good. I know I got time. Oh, yeah, and we also have this extra car that we left behind because of reasons. Okay. Plan of action. Put that over there. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm over here making sure that the train is going into the right track through the leg of the yard, but I forgot to even check if I was going into the ladder of the yard or whatever. Oops. Remembered I never said how the John Johnson posters panned out. They were up for 2 days. Some people noticed, some didn't. On day 2, last period, someone moved them all to the same spot, and the next day they were all taken down. The ultimate power move, put them up a second time. Hey, Ginger, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. It's going alright. It's going alright. Currently switching at Bryson while Nina's doing the coal hauls and managing the passenger service. We actually have so many passengers that we might have to buy a second passenger train at some point. There's too many people that need to load onto these trains. Really can't, because at the end of the day, of day 3, all of the student council election posters were down, so they would be the only ones I'd give to posters 2 hours. That's kind of weird, though. I wonder why they were all taken down. Was that something that the school did, or was it something that like some students did as a prank? A lot of cool / cursed TGVs in the train's downloads. There's one for California HSR. That was believable. A Royal Mail one, and one with ice paint. There's even an Alaska Railroad one. Yes, let's go ahead. Let's build a White Pass and Yukon TGV. Trying to think of how big I need to model my HO layout to make a 484 make sense for the railroad I would have. How much space do you have, Ginger? What kind of operations are you looking for? Are you looking for a continuous run layout? Are you looking for a switching layout? Are you looking... Well, obviously you're not going to look for a purely switching layout. Are you looking for like a mixture of switching and continuous run where you sort of have an option to do both? And what kind of 484 do you have? Wiscasset, Waterville, and Farmington TGV. It breaks down, they have a Forney come over and pull it, and you just have this tiny 244 just yanking a giant ass. Ow. Bless me. Giant TGV, a standard gauge train with narrow gauge wheels. School took him down, but I'm very content over all the political campaign. Overall, with the political campaign of John Johnson, respectable career of job at place. Wow. Romney, Hythe, and Time Church TV, TGV, yes. I don't have anything yet, not even like a general room that you might consider putting it into. Just getting an idea going. One thing you could do, if you want to build a layout for train shows, is you could try and go for, like, say, an 8x12 donut style layout, where there's the operating pit in the middle. That'd be a pretty good, haul. Also, I just realized that I didn't uncouple the correct amount of cars. Planning on point to point with a few big industries along the way. Okay, okay. Even sillier, Portland Zoo Railroad TGV. TK, Portland Zoo Railroad is 30-inch gauge. Then again, it's also got extremely sharp curves, so... But they've already got the Aero train for the Portland Zoo Railway. Portland Zoo Railroad is the shit. Love that thing, especially during zoo lights. It's so cool. I just find it funny though, because basically the railroad was built for a world fair, and they're like, yeah, but what if we just kept it around? And so they did. They kept the 440 30-inch gauge. Actually, you know, that would be really cool to go out there and try and rebuild, examine the actual engine and make diagrams of it and just rebuild the engine in 0 and 30. Really? I would have thought it was smaller than that. Yeah, it's 30-inch gauge. I learned this because I was looking up what gauge it was along with the railroad down at Oaks Park. The Oaks Park Railroad is 2-foot gauge, from what I can tell. But the Washington Park and Zoo Railway just happens to be 30 inches. Stir is like that grandpa that roasts the shit out of you and just doesn't care. Accurate. That is an accurate description of my mental state. And I will actively yell at you to get off my lawn, even if you are on the other side of the street. Local zoo is a small railroad running through it. Little diesel engine mocked up to look like a steam. It's super cute. Is it one of those CP Huntingtons? Those are pretty common for small railroads. Hello, Eagle. How many passengers you got for Bryson today? 11, 6, 7, 9. Now let's do the math on that real quick. 33. It could be better. It could be worse. My idea is the railroad would run up a river valley, then over the Cascades into eastern Washington, and I'd have a mine somewhere around the mountain pass. I might have to look at some of my layout plans. I might have something like that, but it would probably be smaller than what you're looking for with a 484. Heading out to Garibaldi next weekend. It's not the season for the steam engine yet, but that won't stop me from snooping around and taking pictures. Make sure to get photos of that one diesel locomotive they have painted up in the Tillamook Dairy Cow paint job. I think so. I didn't get a good look at it because the last time I went there, I went off the deep end over every train I saw. Oh wait, sorry, it was before I went off the deep end about every train I saw. That's fair, that's fair. CP Huntington is a 424 that there's a lot of replicas of, especially for amusement park rides for some reason. There's one company that just builds them and they're everywhere. Well, there's one here in Portland, over at Oaks Park. I think it's a CP Huntington. I don't actually know though. Been there before. You got to ride in the cab of the F7, you lucky dog. Dude, I went out there to, I remember the last time we went to Garibaldi, I was disappointed because the F7 wasn't operational. It looked like it was kind of just scrap on the side of the road, to be honest. Maybe I shouldn't say that it wasn't operational, but it wasn't in operation at that time. Podba what? Oh yes, Port of Tillamook Bay. I'd be like, Podba? What the heck is Podba? I understand. Now, Port of Tillamook Bay 101. Rest in peace, Port of Tillamook Bay Railroad. You will be remembered. I think they're running that diesel from Rockaway to Wheeler. Ooh. Ooh. Maybe I need to convince my dad to go out for a little beach trip. Because we used to go to Manzanita all the time. There's this one ice cream parlor there that I really vividly remember for some reason. I really liked it. I don't know why. If I can't get the room, I'll just go with the western half of the layout and probably have a 282 as the biggest engine. You can probably figure out a way to have enough room. This is HO scale, right? Or is it N scale? Ginger. Manzanita is pretty nice. We like God, I can't remember how to pronounce that place. State Park. The state park that's in a general region. Back the camper up to the playground and then just drink outside for 2 days. Hell yeah, that sounds like a blast. We would usually buy a house for a few days, you know, we get one of those beach houses. I don't know why, but I have very strong memories of one that was very tall, but only had like 2 floors. But it was like tall enough that it could have had 5. Just had this big open loft space. You know, maybe I really do need to pester my dad to go back to the beach someday. We haven't done that in years. Going to Garibaldi to test out some crab traps, eh? Figured I'd snoop while there. There's some really good stuff that you can catch over at the Garibaldi Scenic. Even if it's not running, there's some really great finds. There's some RDCs, there's some cool passenger cars. I think they're restoring an engine kind of like the one we have here in town, actually. They're restoring an engine like Polson Logging Co. number 2. They're restoring Polson number 90. It's a little different. Or, no, it wasn't Polson number 90. It's like Rainier number 90. I think Polson got taken over by Rainier at some point. Money! 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 Ah! It's really funny that you say that, Celestial, because I've been seeing those memes in my YouTube homepage feed for like the last week. Getting Bertha turned around and she'll be westbound with the empties for Robinson. Perfect, perfect. Keep that big honkin' locomotive running. Still wanting to do a with mods playthrough of Railroader? Yeah, I'll probably do... Again, the big problem that's holding me back from doing a modded playthrough of Railroader is I'm working on that tutorial series, and I finished the first video. I didn't finish the second, and I think I'm going to have to re-record it. But the problem is, because we are so close to finishing the first phase of the 0130 model railroad, I'm kind of getting pulled away and distracted by that, working on that like 6 hours a day. So it might be a bit until I do a modded playthrough. If anything, I expect that I'll probably get the West Bryson Industries mod and the F Units mod. Those are the 2 ones that I'm like expecting I will go out of my way to get. Oregon Coast Scenic Road also had... Wait, Sierra 38. Wait, they haven't articulated? How did I not hear about this? I knew about Skookum, obviously, but like... They got a replacement one? Hold on. I didn't hear about that. Okay, well, looking up Sierra 38 just gives me a million results for bullet casings. Dude, that engine is chonky in the best way. Oh my goodness. Got it from the... Oh, okay, they got it from the Fred Kepner collection. That makes sense, that makes sense. Speaking of the F units, where's the mod for that? It's probably on the Railloader website. That's what I'd expect. Love the look of the F unit train set I've gotten in my single player game. Still waiting to see if it was worth it. Personally, I'm thinking that it would be fun to have an F unit train set for like the tutorial save. I'm thinking for the tutorial save of maybe having it so that I actually expand out to Nantahala at some point. And so when we expand out to Nantahala, since there's no way to turn around your trains there, a set of double-ended F units could be fun as a way to introduce mods, and a way to have a train that doesn't need to be turned around, because there's still no way to turn around your locomotives in Nantahala, right? Still just a dead end, basically, until you make it all the way to Andrews. F units are on Nexus. Oh, okay, okay. F units are on Nexus. Side of Toronto Union Station, directly south, there's a small railroad museum. Nothing moves, but there's a Canadian National Northern and some other stuff. It's very weird to be at a railroad museum in the center of downtown. Hey, if it works, it works. They just get added. They've been around for like a week, I think. Like in public form, they've had the mod available. Someone needs to have a brewery industry so we can have a beer train. Didn't Mudge show a mod to us the other day that has a beer industry? I think there's one that adds one to the town of Ela. Along with a little branch that goes up over into this general area and has a little coal branch or whatever. According to Wikipedia, the status of Sierra number 38 is stored in pieces, awaiting move and restoration. RIP. That's kind of sad. But then again, the Oregon Coast Scenic has rebuilt a ton of engines. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to restore that behemoth of a locomotive. God, I love the way that looks. That's right, the whole branch curly. Yeah, exactly. The little pretzel that goes up with the little reversing loop and the weird bridges and height maps and all that. TBH, I'm really surprised at how much the OCSR has and how much they've restored. Yeah, I know, right? Like, considering that the railroad is currently landlocked, and that their whole that their entire railroad is currently something they're leasing and heavily into debt. It's kind of impressive that they're staying so strong. Admittedly, haven't done any rail modding for me because it's hard enough as it is. Yeah, I must admit, I like the game. I like the balance that the game has in its current state. I like the amount of mainline running there is and the amount of switching. Though, the one reason I'm considering doing the Bryson additional industries is because one of the reasons that I dislike Silva is because there's no mainline run to get here whatsoever. You just immediately shuffle back and forth from the interchange, and it feels like a switching puzzle without any like actual payoff of having mainline run, switching puzzle, mainline run, switching puzzle, you know? But I like this better, because if it's out at Bryson, you know, you actually have a mainline run, you have to, hold on, we have money I can repay. Even from Whittier to Bryson, you've got a reasonable mainline run, and then if you do all the way from Silva to Bryson, you got an excellent mainline run. I guess OCSR has got a really good location for a scenic railway. Oregon Coast, yes, exactly. Oregon Coast gets very busy during the summer. They've got some scenic views. $20 a head for a 90-minute trip. They can earn some dollars. It's still impressive, though, because, you know, the Port of Tillamook Bay declared bankruptcy and went into debt by a couple of $1 million because of the railroad's washouts. And most of the money that they make off of their funding goes to the not the OCSR, to the Port of Tillamook Bay to repay the debts, from what I'm aware. I could be wrong, though. I'm not somebody who's massively in the loop. Wait a minute. 367. Good lord, this passenger train is making us so much money today. Okay, hold on. How's Eagle doing? We getting her turned around? Yes, we are. Okay, or I should say, yes, Nina is. I'm sitting here on the side. How many passengers we got in Whittier? 129? What the heck? Okay. Well, at this rate, I'm starting to question if I should buy another passenger car. I'll worry about that later. working on a trains project, and I just learned that CSX got most of the New York Central trackage, and not Norfolk Southern after I took a bunch of Norfolk Southern interchange screenshots. Oops. My system crashed, and I lost all my data. If anybody gets that reference, I'm sorry for reminding you that that terrible meme existed. Hello, Radium. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're all doing better than me, as I am in pain because I learned of an anime about trains turned into anime girls. An isekai, except everybody just gets turned into Thomas the Tank Engine. Antivirus is not enough! You need Protogent! Eagle and Pertha are both on their way westbound. Alright, roger that, roger that. Oh, wait, that's not Pertha. That's Pertha. I'm gonna be sending Connie down the hill, by the way. Her logs are fully loaded, and we need to get another run done today. We need to get 2 runs of logs done today. Thomas the Tank Engine with anime girl face. Why girls? What happened to gender diversity? It's simple. One word, Celestial. Horny. Okay, with that said, I guess horny is not a one-way street, but... Oh, wait, I skipped the Frey House. Oops. Horny is not a one-way street. It's a roundabout. No one knows how to use a roundabout. I'm stealing this quote and I'm sending it to so many people. I want that on a shirt. I want a motivational poster on my wall. Hey, I can start selling that. I can turn that into a piece of channel merchandise. Wait, hold on. There we go. Hold on, I'm writing that down so I can steal it later. There we go. Stolen. That is the guy that just drives straight through the middle over the island like it was a standard intersection. Yeah, can you actually push cars like this IRL? Depends on your strength. It depends on how well your feet can grip. That didn't couple. That's annoying. There we go. Just had to push hard enough. Oh, hello, I see you. I am blocking the main line. Don't mind me, I'll be out of the way in a second. Meanwhile, I'm going around in circles like it's a NASCAR track. Saw a documentary where someone was using it to move grain cars around a small yard for a tiny elevator out in the middle of nowhere. Don't they usually have, like, small track mobiles that are just barely powerful enough to drive, like, 1 to 2 cars at a time? Oh, sorry, I just realized you said I think they have special pry bars for wheels to help them get rolling. That makes sense. That makes sense. I think the only thing Railroads Online has that Railroad doesn't is epic crashes. Anyways, for no reason whatsoever, I'm going to run a train at 20 million miles an hour. Apparently this place didn't have that, just a small spur for 1 or 2 grain cars. Jeez. Really is a small grain elevator then, a silo or whatever. Dang. It's really neat because they were loading. But oh yeah, that must have been in like the '60s then or something. Maybe before then. That was a common practice back in the day, you know? Covered hoppers didn't exist, so they needed to cover it up somehow though, so they just put some wooden walls in a boxcar. Hold on, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 cars to extract today. I think I'm actually going to go ahead and hook up the locomotive to this freight car. Because that way I'll have just a little bit of an easier time keeping it at the front so that I can actually put it at the Bryson Freight House later. Super old, apparently. Yeah, that sounds about right. A while back on an old stream, I don't remember when, it's probably around the time that they added the wheat farm to Railroads Online. Somebody was asking about why don't they have covered hoppers, and so I actually went out of my way and found an article showcasing a whole bunch of boxcars. One of my favorite pictures from that was there was this one boxcar that had boards up to about here, wooden boards all the way up to about where this thing is, and there's a dude who is crawling out through the little opening at the top. Okay, for some reason, I have a remix of Through the Fire and the Flames just stuck in the back of my head right now. I don't know why. It's specifically a mashup with an anime intro. Maybe it's because we were talking about the anime trains earlier. I'm not entirely sure. But for some reason, I've got A Step Through the Fire and Flames stuck in my head right now. Fun fact of the day that none of you needed to know. That sounds so cursed. Oh, it is so cursed. You want me to play it on the stream? The stream gets instantly nuked because you play music. It was bound to happen one of these days. Alright, you know what? I'll post it on the Discord. I'll post it on the Discord. There you go. You'll be fine as long as you play anything that Nintendo owns. As long as you don't play, sorry. From what I've actually heard, Nintendo's policy on that has gotten a lot more lenient in recent times. And so that's why you'll hear, like, Super Mario Odyssey's Steam Gardens playing in a lot of YouTube shorts. Because as long as you're adding your own original content, Nintendo's been more lenient about it recently, which is really awesome. Like, they might still copyright strike you if you're playing their game or something and be stupid about... Well, not strike, but, like, take most of the money, you know, demonetize you. But yeah, from what I've heard, it's something that they happen to be a little more lenient on. Have you ever heard of a Japanese movie called Yamatoro and Mr. C6? Is about a bear who meets a talking steam locomotive. No face this time. It's actually surprisingly touching. I've seen clips of it. I've seen the ending. I've been spoiled for the ending. But doesn't the train not show up all that often in the movie? Like, they only have 7 minutes of screen time, from what I remember. Which, maybe that's not, maybe the movie's not that long. I don't know, but... Surprisingly wholesome. Yeah, the ending made me cry. I will openly admit. He's so heartless. He didn't cry during the Titanic. Just cuts immediately to me as like a 20-year-old sobbing my heart out to the ending of that movie. Hello, Jack. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I had my birthday on Monday. Ooh, happy birthday. A little bit late, but happy birthday nonetheless. I got an HO Pennsylvania Alco RS3. DCC. My father would be jealous of you. He loves the Pennsylvania. He's got this massive, like, 12-car passenger consist for it. He can't even run like 3 at a time. But he still has the 12-car passenger consist because he loves the Pensy. Yep, and ooh, and sound. What kind of sound? Do you know if it's wow sound or like tsunami, lock sound, something like that? If it is wow sound, I am so jealous. Japanese sure love putting the C62 into tons of their shows. Understandable, considering given its historic value, but still surprising considering just how many unique steam locomotives they had. I actually need to look up the C62. I mean, I know what it looks like, I just don't know what its historical significance is. Oh, hey, it's a Hudson, I see. Oh, it's a post-war engine, by the looks of it. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know. No worries, no worries. The fact is, it's sound, and that's what matters. Like, sure, I could be nitpicking and be like, wow, you could have also gotten this awesome sound system, but, like, who cares? You got the cool trade, and I'm jealous either way. Also, just like RS3s in general and RS type locomotives. I don't know, they just have a unique style to them, and they're this excellent little short line type of diesel. Has your dad donated to the T1 Trust? Probably not. I think he cares a little more about doing things locally. And so I think he's probably donated more to the Oregon Rail Heritage Foundation than anything. I wouldn't be surprised if he has donated to the T1 Trust, though. Somewhere. C62 is the largest. Oh, it was the largest and fastest passenger steam locomotive that the Japanese ever built, and it also holds the world speed record for narrow gauge steam engines. Damn. Something strange about my model is that instead of being surrounded by foam, like most engines, it's screwed on a plastic base. What? Is that normal for a Bowser loco? I have no clue. That's the first I've actually heard of something like that. That's quite peculiar. I don't know. I don't know if that's normal for a Bowser loco. So there I was. Gonna get Cole up the hill, refuel Pertha, and then likely turn around to Eagle, and then I need to go figure out dinner. No worries, no worries. I'm probably gonna get this freight, the local at Bryson, turned around, headed for Whittier. I'm gonna send it on its way, switch out Ela, get it to the interchange, and then call it a day anyway. So no worries, Nina. Speaking of Japanese stuff, is it bad that when I first heard of Honkai Star Rail, I thought it was some Japanese/Chinese commuter rail? Honestly, I probably would have done the same if it weren't for the fact that all of my friends in one Discord server were completely nerding out about the anime pulls that they got on their games. It's from Bowser. Dear pesky plumbers. You know, how did he finance and mortgage those 7 Koopa hotels, though? That's the real question. Also had an accessories bag, but it didn't tell me where the contents are and where they go. Fun. Hey, at least you have them if you ever do somehow figure out where they're supposed to wind up. Kind of surprising that no D62s ever made it into any anime or other Japanese TV shows. They were outright the largest steam locomotives the Japanese ever built. 284 Berkshire types. That is kind of fascinating. It might be a mild bias because, you know, once an engine of a certain type becomes famous, everybody knows its name, and it's the first thing that a lot of people will think of, you know? Listen, kidnapping princesses repeatedly doesn't pay, especially when he keeps leaving coins out all over the kingdom. He does model trains as a side gig. Handcrafted, that's why they're so expensive. Overall, lovely locomotive. I'm pretty pleased with it. That's good. That's what matters. Oh man, yeah, those things look great. Those are very nicely detailed models. I just googled one for the Pennsylvania. Oh, those look good. Looks like it doesn't even really need the detail pack, you know? Looks just fine without it. Oh, we received 3 cars. Oh, right, this is because we had the interchange service. I forgot about that. Hold on. RX. What cars do we have? 1 for the Whittier Sawmill. That's not going to be hard. 1 for the Bryson team, and 1 for Appalachia Hardwoods R1. Honestly, that shouldn't be too hard to do. Either just off camera or another day. just run the 3-car freight all the way out here, or 2-car freight all the way out here to Bryson. That wouldn't be too bad. Two-car with a PAX car with and the caboose. 2 cars with a passenger car at the end and a caboose would look nice on the Murphy branch. Yes, it really would. I've seen photos of trains that are like that before. My father showed me a photo the other day of basically an engine that looked like the G25. A little bit different, I think, but it could have been a G25. Hauling, it was a two-bay hopper, a 40-foot boxcar, another 2-bay hopper, and a coach. That was it. No caboose, nothing else. Just a 260 and a couple of freight cars and a passenger car at the end. Oh my goodness, 99 passengers? Holy cow! Why are there so many people? We don't have enough passenger trains. Leave us alone. Also, it doesn't help that he has to build and maintain all these big, expensive airships, and he will not take my financial advice and just use tanks. Oh, he did use tanks, though. Remember Super Mario Bros. 3? Why do you think he was trying to steal the Wonder Flower and, like, reset the universe in another game, you know? He was trying to get the power of a god so that he could repay his debts and create massive inflation in the economy. That was Bowser's real evil plan, all along. falls through from an Angry Ragtimer stream. Oh hey, 2 for 1, and people are back to talking about Girl Genius in here, or some kind of game. Bowser. Hello, Tare. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're just talking about Bowser and how he pays for the mushroom, or how he fuels his wartime economy by opening up a model rareting business and also taking over the world. God, I have a group chat from a while ago where oh right, you guys want one Wasabi Senpai story I completely forgot about. I don't care, I'm telling it to you anyways. A while back, Wasabi Senpai just opened up a group DM on Discord titled something along the lines of Fursuits and the Economy of the Mushroom Kingdom. And he brought me into this, he brought 2 other people into this, and we just talked for hours on end about how we can determine the economical state of the Mushroom Kingdom through its different games and the power-ups that were in said games. Was that fursuits? Yep, we said fursuits. And we were talking about, like, the Tanuki suit, we were talking about the cat suit, we were talking about cloning with the double cherry, the raccoon suit, and the quality of the fursuits, too. Because in some of the games, you know, the Tanuki suit in, like, Super Mario 3D Land, terrible. You can't even actually fly if you get enough speed. You can only just sort of, like, slowly descend. At least it kept this ability to turn you into a statue, though. Which I think at some point, somebody mentioned body pillows. I think the final result of the theory that we all came up with was that Princess Peach was a femdom and was getting kidnapped by Bowser in order to fuel the fursuit economy and in order to fuel Bowser's wartime economy, and they were all in on the thing, and Mario was in on it too, but the player wasn't, and so they just kept doing this over and over and over again. And it gets even worse now that Super Mario Bros. Wonder is out and you have the elephant suit. One of these days I'll have to look back through it. I'll have to read aloud some excerpts on stream. No less likely than the official canon. The official Mario canon, where Mario is actually a fursuit salesman who's going to beat up the wartime the warlord. Bowser's real evil plan was to create the existence of So There I Was. He only had to wait 30 to 35 years after he started existing to do it, but he did it. God. Wasabi Senpai is a legend. You've said wartime economy so many times. Now I want a Mario Hearts of Iron 4 mod. Yes, we need this, even if all it is a reskin. This is reminding me of some rather cracked and possibly abandoned before completion Bowsette fan comic I ran across. I'll have to look it up. Oh god, don't even get me started with Bowsette. Don't even get me started with Toadette and Peachette or whatever. So many memories of this one group chatter flooding back. I hate it. The Toad command. Is the command Toads? I was doing finger guns while snapping. You couldn't see it. It was cool. It got very psychological with Bowser really leaning into it because his actual upbringing in life had sucked. Very odd when it always kept flirting with turning into /34, but it never did. God, maybe... Birthday documentary is just me actually voicing over a theory about Bowser being, like, secretly under Peach's control this whole time. Alright, we got all of our train assembled. We just need our coach. And we need to load up on some passengers to Whittier. Actually, we could probably load up on passengers to Ela because they're not going to get more money than if we had... than if we brought them on Eagle. Where's Eagle at? Eagle is still in Alara Junction. Roger that, roger that. Some other guy was actually the villain, threatening wait a minute. Okay, sorry, I didn't miss a message. Threatening Bowser Jr. and the Super Crown kept being used for dumb stuff like making Chain Chomps cute instead of deadly. Mad, but fun. The other guy who's the villain is actually just a tax collector. You just have Luigi screaming, "Now!" and a metric F-ton of bombs fall out of a bunch of Lancaster bombers. Guess when you have a franchise that exists for like 80% of all video game history, you get some very strange stuff spinning off. Oh no, it's just the internet. That happens normally. You don't even need to have an 80% of the video game, of all video game history thing. You know the strange little toaster? My sister informed me yesterday that there happens to be smut fanfictions of that movie, and I am very concerned about the mental health of many people. That was a sentence I had just heard, and I wish I hadn't. Okay, well the good news is, Nina, you are not the only person who has heard it, so you're not the only person whose soul is partially dying inside, thanks to my statement. I think I've seen Unsafe Art of the Braid Little Toaster. Yeah, I've probably seen it too, to be frank. I think my mind has just learned that a good strategy for traumatic events like that is just to completely block the memory. Is there a sawdust mod? I don't think there's a sawdust mod. There is a mod that adds gondolas that allow you to hold more logs in them at one given time. That's the closest thing I can think of. you know what they say, all toasters, toast the toasties. I still cannot believe that Charles Martinet actually said that line at a convention once. I also can't believe that he said, "Too bad, Waluigi time" in his Waluigi voice at a convention once. Absolute legend. Actually, I met Charles at ATL Comic-Con a few months back. Charles is such an amazing human being, one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. I wish I had an opportunity to go out to a place and just meet him, because I've heard many stories of him just being a nice guy to hang around for a couple of minutes. Chill, fun dude. Aha, hello. I see there's a locomotive over here that I didn't even realize. Santa Fe's pulling it down. Eagle is eastbound. Roger that, roger that. Once this coach is loaded with passengers to Ela, I'll be off the main at Bryson. T is currently wait, that's not sleeping. I misread that. T is currently steeping. Gotta wait a few minutes for it to be fully done, but shouldn't be too long. Was that boying your PC or mine? It was mine. It was mine. I accidentally right-clicked on OBS and then hit a button, and it made a boing noise. So sorry if that confused anybody. That little ding a moment ago was my computer acting up, being stupid. What, is that everybody? Oh wait, no, there's more. Okay. We'll just leave. We'll leave those passengers for the. Like when Discord pings go off in YouTube videos and I lose my shit. Exactly, Nina. Exactly. Dude, I hate it when that happens with a burning passion. Like, I can understand if it's a joke, but like, don't just leave it in naturally, please. Or at least allude to the fact that you did it, so that I don't go mad trying to find the one DM in a server that doesn't exist. Ooh, a nice computer you got here. Can I have it? Wish theme packs were still more of a thing. I always preferred to change the sounds and it made things less confusing. There's so many cool things that were the norm back like 10, 20, 30 years ago that have just become obsolete over time. Like paying for a product and not having to pay a subscription fee or be spied on 24/7. Oh, we sent Bertha back up the Alara grade. Is she damaged? If she's damaged, leave her in Bryson for a little bit. Put her in the tracks there. Otherwise, I'd recommend taking her back up, yeah. No damage will get us sent up on AI once PAX is through. Sounds good. Sounds good. Mention of being spied on reminds me of a case I heard about a while back with a school and the laptop cameras, and oh gosh, yeah, that's not good. See, easy fix for that. Don't use cameras on your school laptops. Downloaded the West Bryson Industries mod, but the mod won't work for me. You're on the Discord, right? Ping Mudge. Mudge is the guy who knows the most about modding, who's most active on the server, from what I can tell. So if you ever need a little bit of help, ping him for a minute, and he'll be happy to help you, I think. I hope I'm not throwing Mudge just under the bus here. I don't see why he wouldn't help, though. Oh no, this is a fun picture. I like that one. One thing that's nice about the screenshot program is that it has a very distinct sound to it. So most people who don't have the screenshot program, and even some who do, know whether or not they just took a screenshot. So I don't have to correct them. Wallpaper worthy, exactly. Wallpaper worthy right there. Even though he ate them at home, they punished him at school for doing drugs. Family found out and took legal action. Turned out that the school had video footage from 90 laptops. Oh my goodness. What are you using? I just use Snipping Tool, though it's less convenient to use in Windows 10 versus 11. I use ShareX. I had an account on Push a while back, and so when Push killed their own snipping tool and started forcing you to use others, I just started using ShareX because that's the one that they suggested. I think Push might have been a Microsoft program, so it's kind of funny. They're like, oh yeah, just use the snipping tool. No, you don't use the snipping tool. You use this other program that requires an external download. There's also some footage that features images of questionable... Oh boy. Questionable legality tells me all I need to know. Ah yes, let's record this stuff in case our kids are smoking crack in their own homes. Because that's important for us to know. Good lord. especially the screen share. But wait, there's a screen share tool for ShareX? I didn't know that. Hold on. this I need to check. What the? I see screen recording. Just typed it in the search bar. That's what it said in the preview. Interesting, interesting. I might have to look into that. That'd be kind of cool. Screen share Railroader onto my phone. Play Railroader on my phone. Actually, hold on. Is that something I can do on Steam? I know that there's Steam Link where you can sometimes... Ah, no, it's not. I know there's Steam Link, though, where you can sometimes play games on your phone. Topic change now. Anyone have the Dry Brook and Esopus... Dry Brook and Esopus Valley from Jointed Rail on trains? It's a really nice route, short but sweet. I don't have trains, but I know that route. I remember it. That's the engine with Lucky Number 13. Or, not the engine. The route with Lucky Number 13, the tiny little steam engine. I remember that route because at first I actually got tricked into believing it was a real railroad because of how well the production value was on that. Didn't think it would give you remote control, and that's more remote terminal, but that would be cool too. Yeah, it would be cool too, even if it doesn't, if it's kind of limited. Hey mom, look at this, I'm playing the train game on my phone. It's apparently a screen capture, file sharing, and productivity tool. So basically it does everything except play games. What if it secretly just plays the games for you, though? That's what the productivity tools are. It doesn't allow you to play the games, it plays the games on your behalf. Why do you think we're here? Exactly, see? Local streamer boy, here to play games on your behalf. Literally the only reason. Alright, back her up. Bring her to a halt. Link, handbrake off. Back her up just a little bit more. Link, handbrake off. To be honest, if this was just the raw footage, it'd be less interesting. You know, that is true. There's something special about engaging with people live, you know? Also, it's way easier to do a live stream than it is to edit down a video after recording like 5 hours of footage, I'm not gonna lie. Look at the fact that I still haven't finished my father's birthday gift video yet. I am here to chill and run chew in the background as efficiently as I can. Oh, and also take a god-awful amount of screenshots. Accurate description of your job here, Nina. And we're really killing the lone today. I'm here, reaching far across these new frontiers. With my life, I don't know why. I like the new remix better than I do the old version of the song. I guess it just feels a little more aggressive. And I am very much somebody who likes aggression in my music. Honestly, that's what stops me doing anything useful with the insane amount of audio-video files of various types I have and create, the editing part. Yeah, that's why I've recently been doing a more lazy style of editing, where I try and record my what I want to say as I'm doing it, rather than doing it in post. Because it smooths out the editing process so much. And it allows me to make some really absurdly long videos. I mean, look at the 1 hour long video on a single passenger car. Is that the Phantom of the Opera? Yes, clearly. Clearly it's the Phantom of the Opera. Also, yes, I do see that this car is just unloaded 5 minutes after we're leaving. I don't care, I'm not grabbing it. If the game has a photo mode, I'm likely to flood my hard drive with it. Oh, ooh. Nina, have you played Deep Rock Galactic at all? I don't know if that's a game that's up your alley, but if you have an NVIDIA capture card, or not capture card, sorry, graphics card, there is a custom screenshot button. The new remix is amazing. It's a shame Final Horizon is so unbalanced, though. I know it's meant to be challenging for Sonic veterans, but still. I've never played a Sonic game, so I have no clue about the challenge. It looks cooler, though, than the original final boss. I can understand why it's kind of frustrating. It's a little too hard for some people, and it's really just for tryhards, but I'm sure the tryhards appreciate it. Me with Splatoon 2 Octo expansion. I've not seen it though. Had some friends who liked it. Ooh, the Ansel stuff. Might be. I need to look that up. Hold on. Ansel. Oh yes, yes, absolutely, 100% Ansel stuff. The ability to stop and then just move free cam to get a picture. Yeah, you could do that. It's great. And the game's a lot of fun. Alright, all passengers aboard. Let's roll. Don't think I've experienced the whole pause and move the camera thing, though, other than where you could just do that anyways. I should go to get dinner started and take care of the doggo before either the wife or the doggo throw a fit. Take care, Nina. Take care. Thanks for tuning in today, man. I'll see you around. Good time to go, too, because this is around the time that I'm going to be ending stream anyways, because we're almost at Whittier. Presumably it puts limits on where you can move, otherwise it seems like that could be kind of cheaty. Yeah, yeah, of course it has some mild limits on where you can move, but... it's kind of hard to cheat in Deep Rock Galactic. Because most of the time the objectives are extremely obvious. Even the secondary objectives are somewhat obvious. Of course, I'm just talking about DRG in particular, but... could be different for other games. Been rewatching Approach Medium's building of the DB and EV, and wish I had half the talent Approach does when it comes to route building. Hey, maybe you should like try and learn from the best. Watch what he does and practice. Some people are just magical and it's kind of unfair, but then it gives us something to marvel at, and if everyone could do it, it wouldn't be special and the media market would be flooded. Exactly. But some people get super jealous, and then you get the AI tech bros who are just trying their hardest to pioneer and innovate. And it's just one step away, I swear. It's so close. Saw a post on Blue Sky earlier today. It was really fun to read about somebody who was reviewing like 40 different people submitting AI generated content and altercations in Photoshop and whatnot. It was a fun little read. Maybe I'll have to send some of those photos, some of that article. AI is amusing for how cursed the things it make can be. Exactly. Or sorry, can make are. My bad, misread that. Gotta go, see y'all next time. Alright, take care, Radium, take care. See you next week sometime. I think one of the funniest things I've seen recently about AI was somebody asking an AI what day of the year Easter fell on. It started with April 7th, then April 14th, then April 21st, then April 7th. Again. Actually, it might have even gone to April 28th for a second there. I don't know. He just got it blatantly, factually wrong. Something annoying about the KSP missions in exploration mode is, because of the plot, a lot of the time you have to land in a specific 100-meter square area instead of wherever is flatted up. Really? That's annoying. Any chance you can make a tutorial about installing mods for Railroader? Maybe? It might take a while though, because again, the main reason I'm not using heavy modifications to the game right now is purely because I want to try and get that vanilla tutorial series out. Which I need to do. Somebody harass me on Discord. Somebody yell at me, because I'd totally be down to do a tutorial about installing mods for Railroader. I'm sure many people would love to have a video like that. Reminds me, I need to link a friend to the special version of Angels being sung by an AI model of Jeremy Clarkson with appropriately horrible imagery focusing on James May. The high through it all in the chorus was just yelled. Beautiful, perfect. Isn't there a bit of an issue with Railroader apparently being spyware too? I have no clue. I know the person who made Railroader. I've seen them in a previous community for modding games, or modding a specific train game. I'd be a little bit surprised if it was spyware. Woody-urdy-doo. True, I've been playing trains since '06, but I didn't make my first true route until 2015, so I'm not inexperienced with route building, but all artists have their own style, I suppose. I actually made a replica of the GTA 5 railroad, and I think I got it pretty spot on. All it needs is textures and a couple more buildings. Why, hello there! I don't think we've been properly introduced. I am Bonzi! What? Insert the entirety of Joel's computer just dying. I heard another Railroader streamer talking about as the reason they weren't using more than a couple of very basic mods too. But then there were also opposing comments to the effect that they were easily contactable in a certain Discord to talk about it. That is interesting. It's definitely something to look into. I'll have to ask Mudge. If anybody knows, Mudge would know. It is important, of course, to stay diligent about this stuff because it is possible that a mod could easily be spyware. Because you're just getting this stuff for free off of a bunch of people who are just sharing their creative spark with you, you know? So it's good to be cautious. Good to be overly protective of your computer stuff. Your privacy. But also, it could just be bogus. I just remembered some dude in my geography class was asking questions to his AI friend instead of just Googling it. Bing Copilot thing is actually sort of useful. I've accidentally triggered it a couple of times before and eventually got useful answers back, but really had to ring fence it pretty hard. Lots of no, that's not what I mean, do XYZ instead iterations. Sounds about right. I actually saw recently there was an ad for on Indeed or something. I was looking up jobs because, you know, YouTube doesn't really pay all that well. I think it was I actually saw a couple of jobs for like, hey, teach our AI to write good, and I just laughed and scoffed and continued scrolling. Seeing a passenger car hooked up to a freight makes the railroad fan in me go, no, but it makes the efficiency monster in me go, yes. That's a mood. Don't worry, we do have a full-fledged passenger train that's currently running. She's right over here. We even got a baggage car for her just to make her feel a little bit more formal. Even got an observation. We just have so many passengers that if we don't run the extra coach... Dude, earlier today, I think the passenger train was all the way at the other end of the line, all the way at Alara Junction, and was loading passengers there, and I got this train into Whittier, over here, and there were 100 people, 130 people waiting. We only have enough for 60 people in the passenger car. We might actually have to increase the number of passenger cars we have in the mixed freight. There's an odd site called Perchance, where you can set up your own little combinatorial slash random choice web scripts, name generators, etc. That's introduced roll your own GPT as well. Oh boy. Tried to get one to write a story with particular elements in it, and the results were questionable at best. I've actually never messed around with text-based AI generative content. Maybe I should, just to see how terrible it is. Same kind of keep changing the prompts or telling it not to do a thing over and over and over. And often it would seem it was just regurgitating very similar passages but with different names. Definitely the same kind of author voice, if that's remotely the right term. Always forcing a moralistic happy ending too. And they all lived happily ever after. No, I wanted the butler to die. Redo it. And they all lived happily ever after, except the butler, who lived happily ever after in another country. Probably it'll get better year on year, but I'm not worried for proper artists and authors yet. I'm not worried either. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I was talking about the... what was it? I saw a post on Blue Sky earlier today that was somebody showing off like an article or a post from Facebook or something like that. It was something, they were working for a company where they had hired on like 40 people to do generative AI stuff, and this person had maintained their position as the as just an artist in the company, and they were supposed to look over the generative AI and give feedback so that the generative AI could improve. And these 40 people would keep giving prompts, and the artist noticed like 12 million different problems. And the people generating them were like, no, there's no problem, you're stupid. But because they weren't artists, they couldn't notice some glaring issues about like anatomy and all that. But the AI tech bros just kept trying to say that they already had good stuff. And then the interesting thing that I saw, the interesting thing in this article was that the artist said, okay, I want you to go to the generative AI and remove a person from this photo and replace it with grass. The AI bros couldn't get anything even remotely passable. I'll have to find the article and post it in the Discord, because it's a fun little read. The human artist, 10 minutes in Photoshop, and done. Exactly, exactly. Alright, so what we're gonna do is... actually, I can do this right now. I don't need to wait for the other locomotive. I am going to sneak these cars in. We're just gonna park the 2 engines in the shed as fast as we possibly can. We've been going for 5 hours. Man, you know the going's good when you don't... when you lose track of time rather than being like, oh, we've been going for 4 hours, we have to abruptly end now. Nah, it's been 5 hours, let's keep going for a little bit. But it has been 5 hours. I do have to do some work on the 0130 layout project tonight because I really want to get a video out next week. And based on how long it took me to build 1 car last night, I am going to need so much time. I've seen some interesting progress with straight-up chatbots and computer player AI, though. Yeah, but chatbots have been around for a really long time. That's not something where it's trying to create generative fiction, it's trying to create day-to-day conversations, and there's a lot more to pull from and generate off of with that, because conversations happen every day. A good story doesn't. A good story happens every month, every year, you know? Thanks to you and Dave, I have an 0-30 addiction. Yes! Yes! Good! You're welcome. Dave is such a great inspiration, dude. I know my layout's not going to look anywhere near as good as his or be as stylized and fantastical as his, but still, I love his videos, even when I know I can't watch them all because I don't have as much free time anymore. Thunder Mesa is such a beautiful layout. I can't wait for the video where he actually shows off the mogul he's already repainted to go live. I don't know when that's gonna happen because I don't actually know behind the scenes. However, I've seen one preview of it. It looks awesome. Oh, you know what? One funny thing I'll end the stream off with here. You know how Dave, Thunder Mesa, is currently working on that new layout, right? The 4x10 foot Goldfield and Calico? Well, he did the video on laying down track. He posted it a day after we finished laying down our layout. There were some really cool tips we could have used, but we were just a little bit too fast. Ah, well, thus is life some days. Thus is life. I'm gonna call the stream there. I do have some freight cars that I need to go build tonight because I want to try and finish them before I get this video up and running. Because the layout's done, but I want to actually have all the high side gondolas ready to run by the time I do the preview video, you know? Just so we have it looking even more pristine and finished when it comes down to the railroad fleet we're running. Looks up. TMMC is that? Looks cutesy, but pretty cool too. Yeah, it's Thunder Mesa Mining Company. It's awesome. If you haven't seen Thunder Mesa Mining Company, go check it out. The work that guy does is absolutely gorgeous and stunning. Planning a layout based on Washington law. Hey, that'll be fun to see as it progresses. Anyways, I will see you all probably next Friday. Maybe a little bit later this week if I can't actually get these gondolas done. Whatever the case, take care, everybody. Cheers, folks.